onwards, it is Buddha's and Mahavira Jain's time. After the Harappan age, innovations in pottery shifted to the Gangetic Valley. After the disappearance of such a huge civilization, urbanization called Harappan or the Indus Valley, the history shifted to the Gangetic Valley away from the Indus and its 5 tributaries. The painted grey ware, popularly known as PGW, is associated with iron-based cultures, that is the later part of Rig Veda, that is 1200 and 1100 BC up to 1000 BC. A few centuries later, from around 700 BC onward, the northern black polished ware, which is Buddha's period again, that is 6th century onwards BC, NBPW, northern black polished ware, was first found in today's Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. So Indian history is shifting towards Eastern India and is associated with the emerging cities of the Gangetic Valley. These are some of the potteries which are overlapping late Harappan. I've already shown one of these, late Harappan and early and later Vedic. So you can say kind of a spread of 700-800 years in which these pottery samples have been found and preserved in museums. Northern black polished ware, which is Buddha's period. Now let's come to, I have already given you a brief introduction that there were a lot of minerals and semi-precious stones and bronze and tin which were being used by the Harappans in the Indus Valley civilization period. So Indus civilization was essentially bronze-based, while the later Gangetic civilization was iron-based, the Vedic period. However, it is now known that iron was produced in central parts of the Gangetic Valley as early as 1800 BC. That means around the end of the Indus Valley civilization in northwest India, and 1800 BC in 1800 BC in the Gangetic Valley, that is eastern UP and up to Bihar. The iron was already, the technology was already known. Its use became widespread by 1000 BC, and we find in later Vedic texts the mention of Krishna Ayas. Krishna means a dark colored, a dark metal. While the earliest texts, such as the Rig Veda, only spoke of Ayas, that is copper or bronze. When Rig Vedic Aryans the period begins, they were familiar with copper and bronze. The term in Sanskrit is Ayas. Whereas by 1000, after 1000 BC, Krishna Ayas is being referred to in many of the later Vedic texts, that is dark metal, right? The Samhitas, Apastamba Samhita, Vajasena, there are a lot of Samhitas. This is the map to show you the spread of the painted grey ware, mostly dated 1200, that is BC, end of Rig Vedic period, up to 500 BC, that is up to Buddha's period, 600, 500 BC, right? So you can see the spread of the painted grey ware from Ghaggar Hakra. Ghaggar is a part of India, Haryana parts. Hakra, of course, falls under Pakistan right now. However, please shift to Delhi, which was the ancient Indraprastha, Panipat, which is 90 kilometers from Delhi, Bhagwanpura, Ropar in current our Punjab. Then shift to Western UP, Hastinapur, You are familiar with this Mahabharata, the name of this Mahabharata site, Ahitchatra, which is near Bareilly, Mathura, Bairat is in eastern Rajasthan. So we can see up to Kaushambi, you can see the painted grey ware, and black and red ware is towards Bihar. Black and red ware is in central India. So PGW sites, northern India, eastern India is more black and red ware in the post Harappa time, in the later Vedic time, and black and red ware in central India. Next. Whether other parts, no, this is an interesting point and interesting question. Whether other parts of India learned iron technology from the Gangetic region or came up with it independently is not easy to figure out. This will always remain a matter of research that we are yet to find out whether the knowledge of iron technology disseminated from the Gangetic region, that is from Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, to rest of the subcontinent of India or the different regions of India came up through the evolutionary processes, the knowledge, with the knowledge of iron technology. Indians invented two highly advanced types of iron, the wood steel, produced first in southern India from 500 BC, where the iron was carburized under controlled conditions. Exported from Deccan used to export it all the way to Damascus, and Damascus made very good swords, renowned for their sharpness and toughness. A Roman historian by the name of Quintius Curtius recorded that among the gifts which Alexander the Great received from Porus, that is our Indian king from Takshashila or Taxila in 326 BC, there was some 2.5 tons of wood steel. Clearly, it was as highly priced as gold or jewels. So possibly more than gold and jewels, the steel and steel swords were much more valuable those days. The second advanced iron is the one used in the famous 1500-year-old Delhi iron pillar. Those of you who have visited Qutub Minar in Delhi, southern Delhi, not far from where I am sitting right now from our Indira Gandhi National Open University. It's a place called Mehrauli and Qutub Minar. It consists of 6 tons of wrought iron, and there are few other such pillars in other parts of India, but the one in Qutub Minar, that is Delhi Iron Pillar, is the oldest of it. And if you visit today, you can see no rust it has gathered till now. Its rust-resistant properties were only recently understood and are due to the presence of phosphorus in the iron. So imagine, ancient Indians had discovered, not only innovated, but discovered the mysteries of nature, that when there is a good amount of phosphorus in the iron, it will not rust for a long time. Together with iron and oxygen from the air, phosphorus forms a thin protective coating at the surface. The same technology was used to manufacture huge iron beams used in some temples later on in Odisha, such as Jagannath of Puri, Jagannath Temple of Puri Dham in Odisha. It is interesting to note that most of India's production of iron was controlled by specific communities. You know, there are specific communities, and they're supposed to be at the periphery of the so-called Brahminical society, but they are very important part and parcel of our life. Most of them for the, as I have written here, marginal sections of Indian society, such as the Agaria community of UP, Uttar Pradesh and MP, Madhya Pradesh, are reputed metal workers. And there are other communities scattered across Jharkhand, Bihar, West Bengal, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. I hope this is clear that till today, so this is from ethnographic notes, social anthropology, we have gathered that there are communities which specialize in the making of iron tools and ironware. Of that, the Agarias are the most famous. They are concentrated in Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. Besides the Agarias, there are other communities in Jharkhand, Bihar, West Bengal, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Now let's come to medieval period. As late as 1600, that is 17th century, shipments of tens of thousands of quartz ingots, that is metal balls, that is steel balls, would leave the Coromandel coast for Persia, that is Iran, every year. India's iron and steel industry was intensive till the 18th century and declined only with the British selling their own products into India while imposing high duties on Indian products. You as teachers and scholars of history are very much familiar what did the British colonial rule do to India. It finished our indigenous industries, that is like iron and steel. And it is much later, first time that during the colonial rule, Jamshedji Tata, Sir Jamshedji Tata began with the first Indian origin iron and steel industry in Jamshedpur. So up to 18th century, our iron and steel industry was thriving and we were importing iron and steel. Iron technology, however, did not put an end to the earlier bronze metallurgy. The two were used for different purposes. We have already spoken about iron and steel. Huge bronze statue of Buddha made in Sultanganj, that is Bhagalpur district in Bihar, between 500 and 700 AD. Its dimension is given 2.3 meter high, 1 meter wide, and huge, weighing over 500 kg. It is the largest bronze figure of its kind in the world and was made by the same lost wax technique that Harappans used 3 millenniums earlier. Thousands of bronze statues made later in Tamil Nadu. You are familiar with the beautiful Nataraja statues that we have seen in National Museum. So this is clear that iron technology, as we advance in centuries, it advanced. However, that did not put an end to the bronze technology that the Harappans had developed, because we have got the 500 kg bronze statue of Buddha of the Gupta, imperial Gupta period. Here is a photo of Sultanganj bronze Buddha statue. Now let's come to the next topic, chemistry and alchemy. What does alchemy mean? That is anything that any chemical that through a process can be turned into gold. That is why for the ancient chemistry, the popular term is alchemy. Although chemical practices were in use much earlier, a theory of chemistry took shape in the first centuries AD. CE is the AD. Especially during the Gupta Empire, that is from 4th century AD to the 6th and 7th century AD. The discipline was variously called Rasha Shastra, Rasa Vidya, or Dhatu Vidya. Dhatu is a Sanskrit term which means metal. Its foundations were basically esoteric. I mean, there was a class of people who were interested in such magical stuff that can be you make use of it, and it can be turned into something like a gold, or it can give you magical powers. That kind of a practice or a thinking was going on at once upon a time. One of the most important elements, that is mercury or rasa, was identified with the male principle or Shiva. So Mercury was one of the most sought after minerals, and it was identified with the male power of Shakti Shiva, while sulfur was associated with the female principle or Shakti Durga. Transmuting base metals into gold and the pursuit of the elixir of life would today be categorized as alchemy more than chemistry itself. I hope it is clear, because alchemy in the popular terminology means that a base metal may be copper or a bronze or iron. You do some chemical processes that can turn it into gold. So there was such a there was such a sort of sought after. Gold has always been the most sought after metal in the Indian society. However, this connection with the concepts from Tantrism was not devoid of practical applications. So the tantrics, those who used to, are so-called associated with magic or magical practices, but it was not devoid of practical applications, since Indian chemistry evolved practical methods to refine and produce medicines and other substances. The Rasha Shastra texts discuss many chemical substances categorized as Maharasas, Uparasas, Navaratnas or the nine jewels, Dhatus, the metals, poisons, and plants, and also describe various types of apparatus which were used in the uh, chemistry labs in order to make use and make experiments out of mercury and other metals, and also describe various types of apparatus which were ingeniously, that is indigenous, Indians developed and used for processing these substances. So 1,500 years ago, or more than that, we had our own labs, our own laboratories, where we used to mix metals and minerals in order to get new products. And we discovered poisons, we discovered, and we mixed some of the herbs and plants also with the dhatus, and Ayurveda. I'm not actually covering Ayurveda or ancient medicine. That should be discussed in a separate session. Also used in the Ayurveda medicines. A detailed study of these texts reveals how skilled the Rasavadins or the chemists were at performing purificatory processes in order to remove the toxic effects of metals and minerals and make them fit for internal use. So we knew what were the side effects or poisonous effects of some of the chemicals, and the chemists, or the Rasabadins, as they call it in Sanskrit, they were trained in performing purificatory processes in order to remove the toxic effects or side effects of metals and minerals and make them fit for internal use. The resulting mercury compound was then declared fit for consumption and believed to lead to body's rejuvenation. If you remember a few minutes ago, I said some of the members of the ruling class or very elite family, they were possibly interested in keeping their body fit, or rejuvenation, or sort of retaining their youth, and therefore these Rasavadins or chemists were on great demand. These days, it is very fashionable to talk about what is it called? There are a lot of places which say spa, herbal spa, and well-being. So these were all part of that. To begin with, we also had the same concept 1,000 or 1,500 years ago. Let us quickly look at other technologies. The first appearance of glass in India goes back to second half of second millennium BC at Takshila or Takshashila, ancient Takshashila in northern Pakistan today. The Bhir Mound, that is an archaeological site. Mound means archaeological site at a place called Bhir in Taxila, yielded numerous glass beads of several shapes and colors, dated to 5th century BC. That's very, very ancient. Glass objects and ornaments have also been excavated at places in Popia, Ujjain in Madhya Pradesh, Nasik in Maharashtra, Ahichatra, Western UP, Shravasti, Kolhapur in Maharashtra again, and Konindia, Brahmagiri, and several sites of Tamil Nadu, such as Arikamedu, Kodumanal, and Porunthal. Arikamedu, of course, the current Pondicherry. I have been to the seashore there where the excavations, you can still see potsherds and other articles because it was a very famous and successful Indo-Roman trading center. By the latter half of the 15th century, now we are coming again back to the medieval India, Kashmir was producing paper of attractive quality from the pulps of rags and hemp, with lime and soda added to whiten the pulp. Sialkot, Zafarabad, Patna, Murshidabad in West Bengal, Ahmedabad in Gujarat, Aurangabad in Maharashtra, Mysore in Karnataka were among the well-known centers of paper production 15th century onwards, right? So I have introduced to you the glassmaking technology and wherever the sites which have yielded the glass beads, mostly the glass beads, because rest of it have been broken due to centuries of wear and tear. And Kashmir first produced paper with lime and soda out of rags and hemp. And we have other well-known centers of paper production from southern India to western India up to Bengal, Murshidabad. Here it is the photo of Takshila Museum in Takshila in current Pakistan, where some of the glass beads found at Bhir Mound, excavated at Bhir Mound, have been found, because I couldn't get photos of those times glasses, but this museum has a good collection. Pyrotechnic practice. Let us come to fireworks. Did we know fireworks? Pyrotechnic practices or fireworks appear to have been current in India in the 13th or 14th centuries. Gunpowder was an article of warfare at the beginning of the 16th century. The Indian craftsmen were quick to learn the technique from the Mughals and to evolve suitable explosive compositions. You and I, as teachers of history, we already know it is the founder of the Mughal Empire. Babur brought gunpowder and those gunners with him from Central Asia, Herat and Samarkand, from where he came. But before that, Indians knew it indigenously, because 13th, 14th century is not the period of Babur. Babur is after that, right? So that is why it says that gunpowder had become an article, quite a common article of warfare at the beginning of the 16th century, right? And 16th, 17th century, a Sanskrit text contains a description of how gunpowder can be prepared using saltpetre, sulfur, and charcoal in different ratios for use in different types of guns. So by the 16th and 17th century, the explosive composition of the gunpowder was being produced by mixing saltpetre, sulfur, charcoal in different ratios. So from glass to fireworks, now we spoke of, just a second. Yeah, other technologies, we spoke of glass and paper in Kashmir and other sites in India. This is Taxila Museum. Then we came to fireworks. Now let us go to rockets, or, actually I have tried to search. These rockets are not what I and you understands today, but actually it is more in terms of cannons, the cannon balls, So when you throw a cannon ball out of a cannon, it goes to a great distance, and therefore it can be sort of compared with a rocket throwing technology. So from the 16th century, rockets began being used in wars waged in India, as testified by military annals of the period. So please take it as a cannonball being thrown. The Marathas are reported to have fired rockets in 1761 Battle of Panipat, which they lost to the Afghans. Hyder Ali, the 18th century ruler of Mysore, and his son and successor, Tipu Sultan, used rockets to a great extent and to a great effect in the Anglo-Mysore Wars against the British East India Company with a rocket corps of thousands of men. Now, these thousands of men and rocket corps, to you and I, it would mean that there was a contingent of army men using cannons, and the cannon balls were being thrown at the British Army of the East India Company. Now, briefly, I'm trying to give you brief examples of the major heads under science and technology of early India. Cosmetics and perfumes were an article of trade with the Romans, along with textiles, spices, and timber. Please remember, as early as before the Christian era, we were exporting the whole lot of trading articles, textiles, spices, timber, also cosmetics and perfumes to the Roman world. These are described at some length in Baraha Mihir's Brihat Samhita. You are all familiar with this name, Baraha Mihir. Scented water for bathing, scented hair oil, something you and I today are familiar with. It goes back to 2000 years ago. Perfume for clothes, for the mouth, mouth freshener, scented toothsticks are among the described items in Baraha Mihir's Brihat Samhita, which is around 6th century AD. In many fields, especially metallurgy, India perfected advanced technologies centuries before Europe, which occasionally practiced reverse engineering, as in case of woods steel. I would like to just, I and you are not from science, technology, or engineering background as such, but we are doing exercise in Indian knowledge system, which has been highlighted in the NEP, National Education Policy 2020, that much before Europe, Indians had perfected advanced technologies. And what is reverse engineering? Reverse engineering is something as follows, that you open an object, you open a machine, you open a product, and you take out part by part deconstructed so that you know its making, and that is what it's called reverse engineering. And again, you make a note where all those parts are placed already, and you put back those parts into that product, so it will again go back to its original shape and size. Zinc distillation. Who was Sushruta? Anyone who knows? I'm sure you all know about Sushruta. He was the first surgeon of ancient India. Charaka Samhita. He was a doctor, Charaka Samhita, who used to practice medicine. But Sushruta was the first surgeon. So we had surgery done during the Gupta era. That is 4th century onwards. What is rhinoplasty? That is making a shape and size of your nose. So we were advanced in wood steel, in reverse engineering, zinc distillation. Surgeon Sushruta practiced rhinoplasty, and Tipu Sultan's rockets, that is a contingent of cannons. Some of the ancient technologies remain useful even today. We still practice the same, whether it is metallurgical techniques, ecological or agricultural traditions, Ayurveda and various local health traditions, and water management, among others. This is something metallurgical slug, after metallurgical processes, whatever remains, can see that. Some of the wood steel swords, famously actually known as Damascus swords for the ancient times, but by early medieval and medieval centuries, Indian made similar looking steel swords. By the medieval centuries, you have these swords kept in the Indian museums. Coming to astronomy. Astronomy was born in India before mathematics, beginning with observations of the periodicity of the moon's phases, a few identifiable planets, the northward or southward journey of the sunrise on the eastern horizon through the year, or to trace imaginary lines between the stars. Can you tell me, can one of you tell me, anyone, why there was a need to know astronomy, moon's phases, and identifiable planets, besides to know the stellar world, that is the sky world? There was also need to know the climatic changes. And can you tell me why climatic changes were important to know? A very simple answer. For agriculture, for agricultural practices, it was important to know some basic knowledge of astronomy, the stars and moon phases, because of the water up and down. Okay, so for agricultural practices, we had to know ancient Indian astronomy and moon's phases and the planetary movement, north and south. Okay. The astronomy began as early as the Harappan times. It has been suggested that patterns of rock art found in Kashmir, such as a double sun or concentric circles, may have been depictions of a supernova and meteor showers, respectively, perhaps witnessed some 7,000 years ago. Ring stones found at Mohenjo-daro the largest city of the Indus civilization. The mature period, 26 or 2500 BC to 1900 BC, have been interpreted as calendrical devices keeping track of the sunrise at different times of the year. So our astronomy goes back to 2500 BC. That is almost going to be 5,000 years ago. Harappan town planning, including the use of simple ratios in dimensions of major structures, implies some knowledge of basic geometric principles. You need geometry to study astronomy. Please remember that. And ability to measure angles as evidenced by a few cylindrical compasses made of shell with slits cut at every 45 degrees. Where have we found it? In the Harappan sites, in the Indus Valley civilization. The geometrical principles and we have found made of shell cylindrical compasses. Is this clear? So as early as the Indus Valley civilization. For trading purposes, the Harappans developed a standardized system of weights in which initially each weight was double the preceding one, that is 10, 100 and 1000 times the value of a smaller weight. So we knew what is called that, in tens, in hundreds, in thousands, the system of weights. This shows that the Harappans could not only multiply a quantity by such factors, but also had an inclination for a decimal system of multiples. So we were familiar. The Indus Valley civilization was a trading civilization, urbanization, export, import. Therefore, decimal system of multiples we were very, very familiar with. The Rig Veda, oldest of the four Vedas, spoke of a year of 360 days divided into 12 equal parts. It clearly recorded a solar eclipse, although in metaphorical language. A few centuries later, the Yajurveda, one of the later Vedic texts, considered a lunar year of 354 days and a solar year of 365 days. So lunar calendar says 354 days and you and I follow the solar year of 365 days. And divided the year into 6 seasons or 6 ritus of 2 months each. It also gave the first list of 27 nakshatras or stars, that is constellations along the path of the moon on the celestial sphere. The Vedas mention multiples of 10, up to a millions in Yajurveda, a number called Prarardha. By comparison, much later, the Greeks named numbers only to 10,000, which was a myriad, and only in the 13th century was the concept of a million adopted in Europe, whereas we had discovered and used it years ago than 13th century. Because of the need to keep time for the proper conduct of rituals, calendrical astronomy grew more sophisticated in the late Vedic period, with the Vedanga Jyotisha of Logabdha as its representative text. Please remember the name of this astronomical text, Vedanga, that is part of the Veda, Jyotisha, astronomy come astrology. Astrology is also based on astronomy only. As you know, astrology is also study of the stars and planets and their angles and their movements. On the basis of its own astronomical data, it has been dated between the 12th and the 14th centuries by most of the scholars. BCE, imagine, there is a claim that it is as old, very old. It might have begun as a oral tradition and then put to writing, like many of the ancient and medieval Indian texts. The Vedanga Jyotish also discusses solstices, Ayananta and equinoxes Vishubha, and uses intercalary lunar month Adhikaranasa to catch up with solar calendar. Over a 5-year yuga, the solar year is about 365.24 solar days, while the lunar year is almost 360 days. In that era, a simple water clock was used to measure time. We both have a sand. You might have seen the photos of sand dipping, sand clock as well as a water clock. Known as water clock, known as GNOMON, Namon, a vertical stick whose shadow is measured, must have come into use a little later. The first Indian text dealing explicitly with mathematics are the Sulva Sutras dated between 8th and 6th centuries BC, that is later Vedic period. They were written in Sanskrit in the highly concise sutra style, and sutra means theories, and were in effect manuals for the construction of fire altars, cities or Vedis, intended for specific rituals and constructed with bricks. So we developed geometry in the later Vedic period to practice our sacrificial rituals, that is the Vedic yagnas. Okay. The altars often had 5 layers of 200 bricks each, the lowest layer symbolizing the earth and the highest heaven. They were thus symbolic representations of the universe to which sacrifice was in effect offered. The Sulva Sutras we introduced a system of linear units based on dimensions of human body. They were later slightly modified and became traditional units used across India for making the altars, the Vedic altars, right? You know, the altars often had 5 layers of 200 bricks each, the lowest layer symbolizing the earth, the highest layer symbolizing the heaven. They were thus symbolic representations of the universe to which sacrifice was in effect offered. A couple of centuries later, Jain astronomy is a slightly different and a completely different chapter. Was also developed in this period based on 27 nakshatras or stars, 2 suns, 2 moons. It nevertheless resulted in precise calendrical calculations. Jaina texts indulged in cosmological speculations involving huge numbers, colossal means huge numbers, and dealt with geometry, combinations, permutations, fractions, square, and cube powers. This is also the period when huge scales of time were conceived, such as a day of Brahma, which happens to be close to the age of the earth. So there are much longer time scales to be found in Jain texts. I have just, and in the Puranas. So this is a very detailed, a lot of complex issues and topics in the Jain astronomy. I have just introduced it to you that the Jain system developed its own detailed astronomy, and the Brahminical system detailed its own astronomy, which today you and I follow. With the appearance of the Brahmi script, India's first numerals come into use, and Ashoka's edicts in particular, but as yet without any decimal positional value. These numerals, decimal, we developed, as I told you, much later, not in Ashoka's time, but the numericals are there in the Brahmi script pillar inscriptions of Ashoka, eventually borrowed by the Arab scholars, and they transmitted to Europe and become our modern Arabic numerals. The Siddhantic or the classical era, the full-fledged place value system of numeral notation worked out in India in the first centuries CE, that is AD, was a crucial advance. While positional systems existed earlier, that is in China and Babylon, they had failed to integrate 0 with 9. So China and Babylon, that is parts of Iraq today, they had failed to integrate 0 with the 9 numerals. The new system was gradually adopted across India and later taken to Europe through the Arabs. So some of the credit has actually gone to the Arabs, something in mathematics and geometry that, and the 0 system that we ancient Indians developed. The Siddhantic era opened in the 5th century. A text called Siddhantas. Siddhant means theories, a Sanskrit word meaning principle or conclusion, but which applies here to a collection of conclusions or a treatise or a text. You're familiar with Aryabhatta first, 5th century AD, our mathematician working today near Patna, ushered in this era with his book. I'm sorry, there are a lot of typos, typing mistake. It's called Arya Bhatia, which dealt concisely with systematically with developments in mathematics and astronomy. Brilliant scholars followed, such as Baraha Mihra, Bhaskara I, Brahmagupta, Lalla, Sridhara, Mahatra, Aryabhatta II, and many more. So these are dated between the 6th, 7th centuries AD up to 12th, 13th centuries AD. These scholars of mathematics and astronomy both went hand in hand. This was the time of great advances in algebra, geometry, and first steps in calculus, and in astronomy, effective algorithms to track the paths of celestial bodies and predict eclipses. Among those advances, let us mention solutions. We came up with advanced algebra like interminate, quadratic, cubic equation, finite, infinite series, negative numbers, trigonometry, expansions of fractions, permutation, combination, and in astronomy, issues of coordinate systems, time measurement and division, mean and true positions of celestial bodies, epicyclic models for the computation of planetary positions and calculations of solar and lunar eclipses. Eclipses are very important, again, just not for ritual or religious purposes, but again for cropping and for agricultural practices. During those centuries, astronomy's interface with society was mostly through calendars and panchangs, that is almanacs. Today, it's still popular. Many of us use it in order to see auspicious time is auspicious time. What time can we do a particular auspicious work? What time is not suitable? So almanacs. And the prediction of eclipses, which had great religious and social significance. An astronomer's fame was guaranteed if he could accurately predict the occurrence, nature, and duration of eclipses, and many inscriptions record a king's reward to such an astronomer. So astronomers were on high demand, and kings used to reward them if his predictions came true. Another interface was architecture, and many monuments, including temples, show clear astronomical alignments with events such as sunrise at solstices and equinoxes. Finally, the Kerala school, a separate school of astronomy and mathematics, flourished from 14th to 17th century. And this is Bhaskara second developed. when networks of knowledge transmission in northern India was severely disrupted in the wake of repeated invasions from northwestern frontier. Madhava, 14th to 15th century, laid some of the foundations of calculus by working out power series expansions for the sine and cosine functions. And those who have done maths up to 10, we all know the so-called Newton and Gregory Right.
सर उससे चलाना वाला बता रहे हैं
नहीं वो ठीक आ जाएगा,
Okay.
समझ जाऊंगी जहाँ पे ठीक नहीं है।
तो देखेंगे।
ये बंद हुआ था इंटरनेट इसके लिए ना,
Left.
चलते रहा आई थिंक 40 में। हाँ पर है कहाँ,
Slowly.
आई थिंक इट वाज 40।
तो ये बंद चला दोबारा से
अटक क्यों गया? हाँ
इससे करना पड़ेगा
जरूर
पाउस
कहाँ से करूँ,
पाउस से करो
कहाँ से करूँ,
फिर मैम ये वाला ये
इससे
बटन है
क्यों नहीं हो रहा है?
तब मेरे को ये आइडिया इससे कर
हो रहा है, हो रहा है।
है ना ठीक
रुक जा रुक जा रुक जा
ऐसे पूछ रही हूँ
यहाँ ब्लैक ब्लैक
आने वाला फोटो
हाँ सिद्धांतिक हो गया था, सिद्धांतिक era ब्रह्मगुप्ता राइट, among these astronomy permutation combination mathematics harmony equinoxes Kerala school I had come. Can you now see the slides please? Hello hello can you see the, you can see? Okay. Yeah, we were talking about Madhavacharya.
Yes, yes,
Kerala.
madam.
Okay, fine. 14th and 15th century, that is done quasi-heliocentric model. In a general way, so what we can see that Indian scientists were more interested in efficient methods of computation than in theoretical models. Okay. Nevertheless, they did often provide logically rigorous justifications for their results, especially in the longer text. Bhaskaracharya states that presenting proofs, upapattis, is part of the teaching tradition, while Jeshtadeva devotes considerable space to them in his Yukti Bhasha. Sorry, actually, I don't have, and suddenly the net has failed, so I put my telephone on hotspot. So let us hope we can conclude. Now I'm going to take another maybe max 7 to 8 minutes to conclude with the water management system in ancient India. In itself, hydraulic energy engineering, it's a huge subject, and I'm just going to give you an overview again, a summary. With its monsoon-driven regime of rainfall, India soon understood the importance of water harvesting and management. In fact, 4,500-year-old Harappan city of Dholabira in Gujarat and Rann of Kutch, uh, it had a vast network of interconnected reservoirs, some of them cut in the sheer rock. The whole system was fed by carefully harvested rainfall as well as water diverted from two seasonal streams bracketing the city, whose waters were slowed down through the series of check dams. Early historical era, monumental waterworks continued into the early historical era. If the Mahabharata promised the builder of a tank 100 times more punya, that is your good deeds, would get the digger of a well. So digging a reservoir was considered a very auspicious in the Mahabharata text. That means we were short of water and we needed to dig into the natural resources for making water available for agriculture, for our day-to-day, for cooking and for everything. It is simply because a tank restores water to the earth while a well draws from it. Simple, but even today we are far from such basic awareness. That's true. Arthashastra again shows pre-science by paying minute attention to water management and irrigation techniques. Interestingly, access to water through public or private water works was not free. Please remember, that's why I said we were short of availability of water. Not that we are short of water, but the availability of water to the people, to the public. It was taxed at various rates, the highest being if irrigated water were supplied by the state. You can make a note of it. Penalties were prescribed for obstructing or diverting a water course, causing fields to be flooded, building a well or a dam on someone else's land, not maintaining waterworks, or for failing to cooperate in building an irrigation tank. I have written a whole essay on irrigation in early medieval Rajasthan. Professor B.D. Chattopadhyay, my MPhil supervisor, way back in 1976 in the uh, mm, JSHO, Journal of Economic and Social History of the Orient, published from Leiden, that is in Netherlands, Holland. He wrote the irrigation system in early medieval Rajasthan, a very detailed research. All kind of irrigational devices are there, right? Okay, Kautilya, just a second again. Kautilya systematically deals with different situations. He declares no one irrigating his field from a reservoir or tank shall cause danger to the plowed or sown field of another. The water from a lower tank shall not submerge a field fed from a higher tank builder. Such state management of water resources finds confirmation in hundreds of inscriptions recording construction of dams, tanks, tadaka, in Sanskrit, ponds, bapi, and Bapi is used in Gujarat and Rajasthan also. Also, their maintenance, desilting, repair of embankments, sluices, irrigation channels, water diviners were mandated to pay taxes. At Shringa, Veerapura, and Uttar Pradesh, a simple but effective series of interconnected reservoirs. Some of them, with a well dug at bottom, was fed by a channel from the Ganges some 2,000 years ago. Later, we find across India a bewildering variety of reservoirs, step wells, dams, water diverting devices, canals, all the way down to humble village ponds. More water structures, wells came into many shapes and sizes, circular, square, vertical, horizontal. There is a long way from Dholabira's modest step well to those of classical times, especially in Gujarat and Rajasthan, which are not only an engineering marvel but works of sacred art. Mention must be made here of Rani Ki Bhav near Patan in Gujarat, which is pillared walls, magnificently sculpted side panels depicting Hinduism's major gods and goddesses. Indians experimented with various kinds of dams, the simplest being the earthen embankment designed to create a reservoir or divert a stream downstream of the Sri Rangam island on the Kaveri River. Some 1800 years ago, King Karikala Chola built a more ambitious structure, Kallanai or Grand Anikat, which finds a mention in Tamil epic Shilapadikaram. It is an indigenous device which stops the Kaveri from emptying itself into its own northern distributary, the faster and steeper Kollidam, preserving much of river's water for irrigation in Kaveri's lower delta. Near Delhi, the Anangpur Dam, built with quartzite stones during the reign of King Anangpal, 8th century, intercepts a stream flowing from the Aravalli hills and stores rainwater during the monsoon season, most of which is used by the city. In medieval times, more complex water harvesting and distribution systems were elaborated, such as those collecting runoff waters from hillsides and channeling them from through underground tunnels towards storage ponds. In Madhya Pradesh and Jodhpur in Rajasthan are typical examples of such integrated systems which gradually fell into disuse owing to unclear sedimentation, disappearance of tree cover on the hillsides, contamination of groundwater by industries. Reservoirs were of varied types, including beautiful pushkaranis. Pushkaranis means small ponds that combine utilitarianism with religion and aesthetics. Several techniques were involved, such as desilting through multiple tanks or transporting water to a distance through aqueducts. Perhaps most important water structure was the village pond or reservoir. What made it important was just not ability to recharge groundwater, but also its interconnectedness with many neighboring ponds, sometimes in networks extending over hundreds of kilometers, as in Karnataka and Andhra. Such networks, which enabled water-rich areas to contribute to less favored ones, were maintained by village committees, which disappeared when the colonial administration took over. So, we as the Indian society at the village level had different committees looking after all the utility services. India's ancient water management systems were adapted to the local geology, environment, climate, and requirements. They were effective in the sense that, except in cases of severe and prolonged drought, they generally managed to solve local problems with local solutions. With that, I come to an end of glimpses of ancient Indian science and technology, a part of our Indian knowledge system. There are some photos. In early medieval time, this was known as Ghati Yantra. Ghat means a pot, or Araghatta in Rajasthan inscriptions. My PhD is on Rajasthan. I worked on Rajasthan, so I'm familiar with some of the terms in Sanskrit inscriptions for the irrigation. These are the, in Rajasthan, Gujarat, Bapis, very beautiful. Such step wells. Step wells. Thank you so much for sitting with me, listening to me patiently for 1.5 hours.
Thank you for your valuable lecture, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Gopi.
Yeah, NRC Anantapur is ready with its feedback, madam. So, if you permit, as our trainee, Dr. Nagabhushanam, would be responding with his vote of thanks to you.
Thank you so much. I am feeling quite tired having spoken.
Before that, I ask all the participants if there are any questions
Yeah.
from other
Go on.
NRCs?
First, you go through the matter, you will think about it, and then you can think.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, I welcome Nagabhushanam sir to give his vote of thanks. On this good job. On.
Hello, madam.
Yes, namaskaram, namaskaram.
Namaste, madam. My name is Dr. K. Ajay Babu. You are wonderful suggestion, ma'am. But you are missing megalithic culture in South India. That's a development of iron structural.
Yes.
Definitely, ma'am. That's
Yes, yes,
as a
yes.
South Indian, I was feel very sad that we're not covering that megalithic culture and megalithic metal.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. I have not been able to give so much details, megalithic cultures and iron cultures. Yes, you are absolutely right. Because my idea was to give you glimpses. Glimpses means just some examples. Yes, you are very much right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions from the different analysis or participants? If you don't have any questions, so we can conclude the session. That now is going to conclude the session. Good afternoon. Privilege to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of participants. You have enlightened us on Indian knowledge system from ancient period, that is industrial civilization to up to rock and stuff. People from the ancient Indian science and technology, industrial civilization, then database system, and the medical sciences, surgery, paper and glass making, and very interesting. But out of my curiosity, yoga has not been covered. I don't know. But anyhow, you have enlightened different aspects. In depth, it is a very good opportunity, particularly as far as my is concerned. It gave me a wonderful opportunity to discuss myself. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have enjoyed presenting my content to all the history professors at the colleges of Andhra Pradesh, the government colleges, and this is a kind of a summary that I could give for 1.5 hours, but each of these issues can itself be developed into a longer lecture. So this was just an introduction which can be given to the undergraduate students in history, right?
Yes, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Last one, some participants are asking that please share the PPT because single pages system we have Indian knowledge system is also one of the paper in the history. So
Yes.
PPT is very useful for us. Please kindly share the PPT with us, madam. So we will share to other participants. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for your engagement.
Welcome. Thank you. Dr. Gopi can call me later. Right now, I am in my office and I have all the files are waiting for me. He can call me and we will talk about. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. हाँ रुक्मिणी आ जाइए, आपको जो पेपर दिया ना उसका थोड़ी एडिटोरियल मतलब थोड़ा हाइलाइट्स 2-4 लाइन हमें लिख के देना है, आपने देना है। जल्दी आशुतोष को भी बोल
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think all the participants have completed the lunch and please come and sit on the analysis. So afternoon session, we have the most eminent historian, Dr. Ajit Kumar Sahu from Utkal University. So I would like to invite Dr. Krishna Chaitanya. Please introduce Dr. Ajit Kumar Sahu. Krishna Chaitanya from Tanuku NRC.
So, good afternoon to all of you. I am Krishna Chaitanya Mapudevi, working at GDC Eluru. So, speaking from NRC Tanuku. So, I am very much delighted to introduce one of my classmates during a PG at HCU, Dr. Ajit Kumar Sahu, presently working at Department of History of Utkal University. So, before he joined this university in 2015, he had worked at Shyam Prasad Mukherjee College for Women, University of Delhi. So he did his PG from HCU, Hyderabad Central University, and carried out research there, leading to MPhil and PhD degrees. His broad area of interest is modern Indian history. He is specialized in social history, environmental history, and subaltern communities of Eastern India during the colonial period. So he has many publications to his credit in reputed journals. He brought a book titled Interrogating Women's Education in Colonial Orissa from 1836 to 1947, published in 2014. Presently, he is working on a monograph on Orissa in transition, 1940 to 1950. So, with this brief introduction, I would like to invite my friend to the session to share his ideas on exploring the regional history, approaches and challenges. So, I welcome you, Dr. Ajit Kumar Sahu, to the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna Chaitanya. So now I would like to invite Dr. Ajit Kumar Sahu to deliver his lecture. Sir Ajit, sir, please. Please start your session, sir. You have been waiting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yep,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue.
yeah, sorry for an unnecessary delay, no, because I'm not acquainted with WebEx. That is the problem. So, dear friends, first, thank you, Raz Mohammed, for inviting me for this wonderful series of lectures. And my friend is both Raz Mohammed, Dr. Raz Mohammed, and Dr. Chaitanya. Both of them are my close friends, and we have studied together at University of Hyderabad. So, so it's after a long time, I'm hearing the voice of Chaitanya. So it's quite pleasing, surprising moment for me. So anyhow, what we will be doing today, as a part of National Education Policy 2020, we are giving emphasis on regional history and local history. And we are trying to unravel the history which are not explored yet. So in such situation, today I'll try to discuss something that is very much essential for NAP as far as history discipline is concerned. So my lecture would be divided into three parts primarily. The first part, I'll be talking about the approaches and historiographical debates, the way local history and regional history have been developed in Indian phenomena. This would be the first part. Second part would be how what are the approaches the historians have used, while dealing with local history and regional history. And the final part would be the challenges or the major obstacles while dealing the local history or regional history. So, so we'll start with a statement of Siegfried Lenz. What Lenz is saying that any understanding of the world must begin at home or end there. Any understanding, it may be about the past, it may be about the present, or society, periphery, it should start from our home and should end here. That means, along with holistic understanding, we need to understand our own life, own society, and periphery. That is very interesting aspect while talking about regional history and local history. See, till date, or mostly up to 1970s and 80s, grand narratives of history became the major part of the discipline. It may be like big empire, dynasties, the wars, imperialism, colonialism, nationalism, international trade. So these are the major parts which we are part of historical narratives or historical scholarship till 70s and 80s. So the problem is that what is the history of the common people? What is the history of the specific locality? What is the history of specific region? So we are very much silent, or historians are very much silent, or they hardly, they hardly discuss about those elements in their study. So in such cases, history nowadays, it's becoming more an interdisciplinary subject. All of us, we know that. Moreover, history has to be studied and well researched in the time and space context. There are three elements which are very important. One is space, time, and context. These are the three aspects or three elements that each of us need to understand while dealing with historical phenomena. And in that respect, there is contradiction between global history and regional history or local history. Because we cannot posit global phenomena or global methodology while dealing with regional history or local history. For example, take the case of European feudalism or European Renaissance. What we are doing mostly, even we are talking about Bengal Renaissance or Indian Renaissance. The question comes, is it right or is it feasible to use those sort of methodology in Indian context or Bengal context? Because the setting of European setting is different from India. So that should be, critically analyzed by the historians. So in such cases, we need to differentiate between global history and local history or regional history. No doubt, they are interconnected, interlinked, but we have to be very critical while interpreting, different aspects of the history. So the point is that we need to understand or we need to explore when this idea of local history or the regional history evolved. It is not that in 20th century, early part of 20th century, it got evolved. No, but it became a part of professional or academic discipline in 1930s when the annals schools emerged in France. All of us know about annals school. We know about Marc Bloch, Lucien Febvre, and many more other scholars. The point is that what annals schools deals with, they try to give a clear picture about each and every aspect of the history. That means the methodological tools shifted from history to other discipline. Now, so in such cases, as we know that they used the methodology from geography, demography, sociology, economics, and also from other disciplines. So in such cases, they highlighted, along with universal history or the history of the globe, they also talked about regional history, sub-regional history, local and micro level history. So these are the key aspects these are the key elements which emerged, which came up with the development of the annals. So this is very interesting thing. Another thing is that if you go by the definition, of local history or the meaning of the local history is the study of people of a particular place over the time. Study of the people. That means it may be a village, it may be a rural setting, it may be a small urban setting, right? It may be in a small part. That is, the place is important. Place, people, and time. These are three elements which are very much important in local history because we are dealing with small localities. And while talking about regional history is the study of specific geographical region rather than larger territory or empire. So in such cases, let me clarify one point. We have center, we have semi-periphery, then we have periphery. Suppose center is the dynasty or the empire, we have the semi-periphery. That means it may be regions. And we have the periphery, that is the local. So in such cases, regional history means the investigation of region or the investigation of the administrative division of a specific country or larger territory. So if such a meaning of regional history is formulated only on the basis of administrative ground, then the limit or the scope will be very much limitized. So the point is both history as well as the region does constitute many factors to form their own identity. This means region not only constitutes the geography, natural elements, demography, but also constitute society, its relationship with environment, relationship with other elements that plays a very vital role in the development of the society, in the transition of the society. So that's why the interaction forms socio-economic, political, and cultural identities. So interaction is very crucial. It's very significant in regional history. So there is overlapping. We'll come to that. We'll come to that point in the latter part of our discussion. So another thing is that as far as local history is concerned, or when you talk about academic discipline is concerned, it became a separate department only in 1947. When the researcher at Leicester University, they started developing a new department, or the Department of Local History. And we have many years pioneer of this particular school, H.P.R. Finberg, W.J. Hoskins, Evans, Carol Kamin. They are the four important pioneer of local history. And eventually, local history also became a part of different disciplines or different departments across the globe. But surprisingly, it reached India very late. Suppose take the case, it is very difficult to say that in India, we have a separate department on local history. No doubt, nowadays public history or Department of Public Histories are coming, but surprisingly, till date we don't have such kind of phenomena that we can say that there is a university and there is a Department of Local History. So, however, while talking about the larger scope of the local history, what Finberg is arguing, that he says that local history is not only about the places, rather than so much about the social entities. He says that it is not about only the places, rather than so much about the social entities. So hence, historians dealing with local history should deal with the life cycle of the communities, including their origin, growth, decline, and different interaction with the outer world. So that is the argument, or that is the observation of Finberg. So this is the the understanding of local history by Finberg. That there is another scholar whose name is W.J. Hoskins. So Hoskins, in his book The Making of English Landscape, emphasized on a specific specific landscape that need to be studied, not just as a contribution simply to the national history rather than its unique aspects. So, see, he has said very interesting thing. So always what we do basically, we will always try to put our history, it may be put our history of our own community, own culture in the larger context of national history. So what Hoskins is arguing that, so we have two parallel history, because history is not a homogeneous subject. It is very much fragmented in nature, and we need to connect different threads of those fragmented aspects. So that is the argument of W.J. Hoskins. Then we have Evans. So Evans emphasizes on human geography, and that means people in the places. So what Evans suggesting is that in order to understand the history of a particular landscape or region, researchers need to look at the interaction and connection between the landscape and the people who are living there throughout the time. So this is a very interesting idea. So here the researcher not only focus on written records, but need to look at the unrecorded past. It may be oral narratives, it may be other kinds of material culture, sources of material culture to construct the local history. So Evans is talking about geography and the people living in a specific landscape or region. So there is another scholar, Carol Kamin. So Kamin is arguing that no community has a singular historical past. No community has singular historical past. Every community has versions of the past that reflect varying opinion and many different perception of what happened and why. Let me give one example. Take the case what Karl Marx has argued. Karl Marx talks about closed economy. It says that Indian economy or Indian rural setup is very much stagnant in nature, despite of the changing nature of the state. For example, in ancient time, there was indigenous rulers or Hindu rulers who were ruling for India. Then they were replaced by the Sultanate and Mughals, and eventually by the British. What Karl Marx is arguing that there may be changes in the center, but hardly we find changes in the periphery. So in that context, Karol Kamen is very critical about those set of narratives given by Karl Marx. Kamen is arguing that so we cannot say that any specific locality develop isolated from other regions. So along with the changing or along with the transition of other setup, the community life, the cultural life, or the heritage, other aspects also changes from time to time. So in these cases, in appropriation, integration, assimilations are very important in local history. So this is all about the way Western scholars, they understood local history or largely regional history. What I'll be doing here that because there is a confusion. The confusion is that region is somehow broader landscape compared to local history. So in this context or in this lecture, I'll be highlighting mostly how the regional history developed, or the Indian historians, they emphasized on regional history. And under the purview of regional history, we'll try to explore the way local history has been developed. So we'll start with the statement of H.N. Sinha in his presidential address in the local history section, Indian National Congress of 1856. So what he says basically, local history or regional history is an unknown quantity or vacuum in Indian history. That means he's saying in 1956 that historians have, yet to explore the local history of India.
The society of relationships. Before the age of the Enlightenment, basically it is understood that basically for the sake of the knowledge.
Anybody is, can you hear me?
Carry on.
Okay, thank you. So this is the argument of H.N. Sinha. So along with that, we have another scholar, M.G.S. Narayan. So what M.G.S. Narayan is saying that there is need to understand common pattern of development in different regions of India. To follow regional studies without regionalism and to place regional history in the context of the history of the subcontinent through the integrated use of archaeological, epigraphical, and literary evidences. So basically, he says that there should be juxtapose of different set of sources. It may be archaeological sources, epigraphical sources, literary sources, while dealing with the history of regional or history of a specific region. So let's talk about scope enhanced in India, or the scope of regional history enhanced in India. So the scope of regional history is too vast. It cannot be studied at a single instance. We know that Indian history has been studied by 4 schools. Imperialist school, nationalist school, Marxist school, and subaltern schools. These various schools of history have brought out different dimensions of understanding Indian history. See, all these schools in their conventional forms of presenting history have brought out varied and very important information of the various regions in Indian history. For example, take the case, when the idea of subaltern developed in India by Ranjit Guha, previously we see that Indian history was predominantly controlled by the elitist historians. They talk about the war, they talk about the larger it may be larger kingdom, prominent rulers, prominent leaders of Indian national movement, but they hardly write about the role of the common man and the role of the common man in the state making process or in different aspects of the society and state. So there was lacuna up till 1970s and 80s. So here, while talking about history of marginalities, Ranjit Guha borrowed the idea of hegemony from Antonio Gramsci. And what Ranjit Guha is suggesting that history was hegemonized by the elitist historians who tried to only deals with the larger narratives of Indian history. So this is very interesting aspect. So, so the interest which grew towards Indian history, especially regional history, has motivated to some extent by sorts of new source materials. This search has resulted in an abundance of sources like archaeology, epigraphical, historical literature, religious literature, archival records, family papers. All those have added to the body of information available on the history of the regions of or different regions of Indian subcontinent. It is, however, at the interpretational level, the interest in the regional history assumes greater historiographical potential. The historical interest in the regions such as South India, Bengal, Maharashtra, with the new sources provided new interpretation to the Indian history. So this is very interesting idea. So another thing is that what we'll be doing now, we'll be talking about the way different approaches have been developed in India. So in such cases, the regional history became a part of larger debate in 1970s. In 1970s. So in 1970s, German scholars led by Hermann Kulke and D. Rothermund, they started exploring the history of Odisha. And in this project, B.D. Chattopadhyay also got associated. And Odisha Research Project in 1970s, we find that not only the historians who got associated, we have the Indologist, anthropologist, sociologist, they also got associated with these projects. And they tried to look at history of Eastern India as a history of as a history in holistic manner. So, and along with that, they tried to understand the history of Eastern India by connecting or interlinking its history with other parts of India. It may be South India, it may be Andhra, it may be Tamil Nadu, it may be Bengal, it may be Northeastern India. So this is very interesting thing. So, what happened basically in 1970s? They published a pioneering work, and the title of that pioneering work was The Cult of Jagannath and the Regional Tradition of India. So in that book, it's a path-breaking book which covers the period from 4th century AD up to 17th and 18th century AD. And in the process, it tells that what is the trajectory that we find in the Odishan situation. What is the uniqueness that we find in Odishan settings? It deals with what were the historical process or forces that converted or converged in the course of time, and how a cult like Jagannath is created in the course of time. So Jagannath cult also is there any problem? Can you hear me?
You are audible now.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for this, uh, network problem. So the thing is that in that particular project, they tried to look at regional tradition, culture, language, social phenomena developed in the course of time. It is not that developed in a specific period, because this is the project we tried to unravel the history of Odisha from 4th century AD to 18th century AD. So the point is that Hermann Kulke, so what he has done in this particular project, because he is the pioneer of this project or chief exponent of this project. So along with Hermann Kulke and other scholars who are the people got associated with this project, they tried to show the influence of tribal culture, which was very strong in Odishan setting, So, in this context, Jagannath cult led to the transition from tribal culture to the process of Brahminization of the deities. I don't know, I know little bit about the history of South India, particular about Kerala and Tamil Nadu. For example, take the case, we have village deities. In Odisha, there are village deities like Padamba, Pathalika, Bhattarika. We have different village deities. But surprisingly, these village deities have their tribal origins. So most of the village deities that we worship today have some sort of connection with the tribal culture or tribal ethos or religious life. So the point is that here the trajectory of development, that to understand how different socio-economic and cultural institutions were developed and how different societies were unfolded, role of temple in the making of and shaping of societies, and how the tribal impacted the development of regional societies, and so on so forth. So we'll come to another discussion. For example, take the case, while talking about regional history, we make a line that in 1970s onwards we have the development of real regional history. But interestingly, in 1930s, we have some scholars like we have R.C. Majumdar, Nilakantha Sastri, A.S. Altekar, who try to look at Indian history from regional perspective. For instance, in 1930s, an idea emerged in Indian history which is known as Indianization of Southeast Asia. And what does it mean? That it means the Indians mainly during the ancient period, they colonized Southeast Asian regions, and they played a very dominant role in the state making process, social evolution and civilization process in those parts of the world. And they are arguing that in that context, the traders and the Brahmins plays a very vital role. We'll start with R.C. Majumdar. R.C. Majumdar suggests that it is Bengal which was the prime mover behind the transformation of Southeast Asia. because the Bengal traders, they traded with, they went to East Asia, they engaged with them, and in the course of time, not only the economic development that occurred in those regions, cultural assimilation, religious assimilation also, happened in those areas due to the interaction with Bengal and rest of the India. This is the argument of R.C. Majumdar. So what Nilakanta Shastri is arguing, he says that no, it is not Bengal. It is not Bengal, rather than it is the Tamil world or Tamil land. It may be Chera, Chola, Pandyas, right? Which civilized, or those dynasties, they played a very important role in civilizing Southeast Asia or developing Southeast Asia. So here the point is that no doubt we are looking at regional history at a larger, as a part of larger historical discourse after 1970s and 80s, but work started in 90s, 30s, and when even Annal School was prominent in France and other parts of Europe. So this is the idea. So another thing is that while talking about Indian feudalism, it may be D.D. Kosambi, R.S. Sharma, and all of us, I think, know about three important models. One is feudal model, that is R.S. Kosambi, they have tried to explain or situate in Indian context. Then we have integrative model by Herman Kulke and B.D. Chattopadhyay. And the last one, which is related to South India, mainly Vijayanagara Chola Empire by Bottomstein, that is the segment state model. I think all of us we know these three prime models while talking about the history of India. So my point is that why I am giving emphasizing on these three models. If you look at these three models, we find that they are talking about region specific development. Suppose take the case of R.S. Sharma and D.D. Kosambi. D.D. Kosambi no doubt tried to posit the European model, or these two scholars primarily, they tried to European feudal model in Indian context. But at the same time, they are also talking about, so what is the observation of D.D. Kosambi? D.D. Kosambi is saying that feudalism was developed from above as well as from the below. That means from the top level or from the above, from the center, it is the rulers who promoted feudalism through different land grants to different parties and individuals, which eventually led to the development of Indian feudalism. But on the other side, in the ground level, at the bottom level, it is the rural settings which created some sort of landlordism in the course of time. That means the rich peasants or wealthy peasants in the course of time, they became the landlords. But there is a problem. The problem is that in the both R.S. Sharma and D.D. Kosambi's observation, they try to emphasize mostly on northern India. And in that context, Gangetic Valley or Gangetic northern India became the epicenter of their discussion. And they tried to put or they tried to posit the settings or the Gangetic northern Indian settings across the India. It may be South India, it may be Eastern India, it may be Western India, or it may be Northeastern India. So that is the, that's why, the discussion or the debate or feudalism debate comes under the scrutiny, So because we cannot pose the North Indian model across India, it is not at all, feasible and not at all even acceptable. So this is the, understanding the way or we should look at regional history. Another thing is that while talking about the regional history, we have to study the region as a historical category. As the historical category. Let me give one example. Suppose take the case. Someone is doing research on Deccan. Deccan is a historical category or historical region. And after some prime study or prime discussion or prime observation, the researcher find that Deccan as a region, historical region, is very vast. So what he did or she did, he limitized his study to the Andhra. Andhra is also historical category. But again, after few observation or after few study, again he or she finds that it is also a very large area. So and he looked upon Bengi or Eastern Andhra as a part of his or her research. The point is that we have three historical categories as a region. One is Deccan as a historical category, as a Andhra as a historical category, Bengi or the Eastern Andhra, coastal Andhra is another historical category. And if you look at these three historical categories, we find that there is overlapping and interrelation and interconnection with other parts of the world or other parts of India. It may be with Odisha, it may be with Tamil Nadu, it may be with Karnataka. So the point is here, regional history always believe in overlapping of ideas, overlapping of different historical dimension and settings. So this is the case. Another interesting thing is that while looking at the approaches of the regional history, we know about the process of Brahminization, Kshatriyanization, and Rajputanization. All of us know what is the difference, differences among these three patterns. Or we cannot always relate Kshatriyanization and Rajputanization in a single fold, or we cannot put Kshatriyanization and Rajputanization in a single fold. Let me give one example. In a Odishan setting, we find that Brahminization became the key aspect in late ancient period and early medieval period. That means tribal culture or tribal society got integrated with the mainstream society. And in that process, along with Brahminization, Kshatriyanization played a very vital role. That means the tribal chiefs in the course of time tried to glorify them as a part of the larger lineage of Kshatriyas. And in that respect, we see there is a clear understanding between Brahmins and the tribal chiefs, because tribal chiefs, they gave the land grant to the Brahmins, and the Brahmins created genealogies or the family chronicles, or they constructed family chronicles for the tribal chiefs, and in the course of time, the tribal chiefs became Kshatriyas. W.W. Hunter has given very interesting statement. He says that in Odisha, not only in Odisha, in other parts of India, we hardly see pure Kshatriya and pure Rajputs. And who the people who are claiming as Rajputs or Kshatriyas, actually they are not Kshatriyas or the Rajputs. And most of them or most of their origins are tribal. So this is very interesting thing. So, so in this context, we need to differentiate Brahminization, Kshatriyanization, and Rajputanization. B.D. Chattopadhyay is talking. He has studied about Rajasthan, right? Even K. Singh, he talks about Rajputanization. So this is very interesting thing. Romila Thapar in All India, while talking about regional history, he says that regionalization of polity or regionalization of history writing are very important. The point is that he did not talk that much about the debates like feudalism debate and other debates. He says that regional history can be explored through different charitra literature. It may be Harsha Charitra. We have South India, we have also Charitra. In Eastern, we have also different Charitras. So Charitras or Charitra literature are the parameters, are the major parameters to deal with regional history. So she further argues that regions are always the part of whole, but not whole in itself. That means we can suppose India is a larger entity. India is a larger entity. If you look at Indian history as a center, on the other side, we are talking about, suppose take the case of Rayalaseema as a historical, historical region. We can say that Rayalaseema is a part of India in the case of historical development. But at the same time, Rayalaseema has its own uniqueness and own sociocultural and economic settings. So that is very interesting thing about Romila Thapar's argument. So there is another scholar, S.C. Malik. S.C. Malik, he suggests that space-specific caste system that became so much prominent in the late part of mainly between the 7th century AD to 17th century AD. So in this context, we can also talk about the work of Nicholas Bidard's Hollow Crown. What the Dux is arguing in Hollow Crown, that a time came when the rulers of the semi-periphery, politically became less significant. But they had a major intervention in socio-cultural setting. That means the process of Sanskritization or process of caste mobilization was always associated with the ruler or the king, because the king, he was the legitimizer of the caste. That is the argument of Nicholas Bidard's in Hollow Crown. So, so this is the another observation about Nicholas Bidard's. We have also some other scholars like Niharanjan Roy. Niharanjan Roy, he has given, he talks about the very interesting phrase. He says that it is the medieval factor that that changes the regional settings in India. And what is the medieval factors? He says that after 11th and 12th century AD, gradually the socio-economic situation along with the polity significantly changed. And we see that the process of Samantization became so prominent prior to the rule of Sultanate and Mughals. So we find some sort of semi-infeudation, some sort of semi-infeudation across the India. It may be South India, it may be other parts of the India. In that respect, the work of Bottomstein's argument, as I said earlier about the segmented state model, we all know about Nadu, Bellanadu, and other other terms or were used while talking about different regions in South India, mainly Chola Empire and Vijayanagar Empire. So, what is the argument of Bottomstein is that why he said is a segmented state model. The segmented model is that he says that center had always politically powerful and dominate over the periphery and semi-periphery regions. But while talking about religious sanctions or cultural control, it is the periphery or the rulers of the periphery who had always dominant aspects, dominant prime movers in the regional settings. So it is very interesting thing that suppose I think you may aware about the Nadus and Bellanadus. Even some of the Nadus and the chiefs of the Nadus or the Nadus and the Bellanadus in the course of time, those regions became powerful. So this is very interesting thing. So also we have also Sneffel and George Buckmer. They talked about little kings and little kingdoms. Little kings and little kingdoms means they are talking about political settings from two different zones. One is center, another is periphery. He says that no doubt feudatory system or feudation system was always there in pre-colonial setting, but little kingdoms or the little kings had enormous power in their respective regions. So the point is that while discussing about those historical or historical debates, we find that regional history does not limitize its purview in a specific political, economic, and social domain. So the domain of the regional history, also the local history, is very vast. Why? Because each region has its own identity and uniqueness, and which is very much very much identical to others. So this is very interesting. Let's talk about the Alok Parasan Sen's work, who happens to be our teacher in University of Hyderabad. While talking about regional history, he says that the position of women also reflect the dimension of the history. The position of the women also reflect the dimension of the history. Suppose take the case of the situation of Kerala. So in Kerala, it is we mostly believe it is the matrilineal society. And in matrilineal society is quite different from other forms of the society. So the point is that what Parasar Sen is arguing, she argues that we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful while looking at regional history, not only about the region, not only about the locality, not only about the landscape, or not only about the socio-political situation. At the same time, we have also looked at the gender relationship in dealing with regional history. So there is another interesting thing that because we have it's almost 1 hour is gone. So I have to summarize the things. So there are some ideas we know about. Suppose take the case of Maharashtra Dharma. Maharashtra Dharma is different from others. South Indian Bhakti. See, we have a problem in Indian history. While talking about Indian Bhakti movement, we always, try to put North as a center of Bhakti movement. And we always, limitize our study, our discussion on South India. Forget about the Bhakti movement. Take the case of Sangam literature, Sangam culture. Mainstream historians or mainstream narratives hardly focus substantially the history of South India, mainly Sangam history of Chola Chera Pandyas, as well as about the South Indian Bhakti. And while talking about the dark age, for example, take the case of 18th century debate. All of us we know about 18th century debate in Indian uh, in Indian context. 18th century debate is a very debatable historical narratives. Because on the one side, we are saying that there was a political decline and disintegration. On the other side, we are saying that formation of regional entities and the development of trade. So here we have to look at different aspects in looking at the larger phenomena of Indian history and regional history. Because legitimization of political power is one set of ideas. The way, politics or the rulers got, they legitimize their power through different politics, different ritual process. But on the other side, identifying the co-region within the region is very interesting and very essential. So here, let's talk about, for example, take the case of Janapadas and Mahajanapadas. Take the case about Pura, Patna, port towns or port cities, different economic and social institutions, formation of different castes, different social entities. So these are the things: kingship grouping, gender relation, distribution of responsibility among different caste groups at the time of festivals, customer relations, uh, relations among different caste groups, about the village, about the land, about the groups. No, those ideas, they enhance the scope of regional history. So I'm not going into the details about the Janapadas and Mahajanapadas, because if someone asks us how much we know about the history of Janapadas and Mahajanapadas, I think most of us, we have a little knowledge about Janapadas. We know the names, or we can say that there were 16 Janapadas, 16 Mahajanapadas, but we don't know what are the modalities that that entertained or that played a very vital role among different Janapadas and different Mahajanapadas. So here, what I understood is that to look at the local history and the regional history, we have to be very much grounded in the sense that along with Western narratives, along with the Western scholarship, we have to look at our own historical sources. It may be Bakhar, it may be Raso, it may be Bansawali, it may be Burunji literature, right? And while looking at our own indigenous literature, we can have greater views about our own history and own regions. So this is the case. And let's talk about the major challenges uh, in local history and regional history. The major challenge in the regional history and local history is the context of genealogy. Because as I said earlier, that even the rulers, they did not hesitate while for the sake of elevating their status to fragment, to create or manufacture different genealogies. You know, they there are always people like Brahmins and other groups who always manufacture, you know, different sort of genealogy for the legitimization of power over the people, or the legitimization or the hegemonize over the people. So this is the interesting thing. Another thing is that fixing the geographical boundaries of the region. Because of the fixing of the boundary is a very complex task in itself. For a man-made boundary changes frequently and rapidly with the political change. Suppose take the case, before 20 years or 25 years, there was no Telangana. Today we have Telangana, and Telangana have a different history to say. And they also differentiate. No doubt the people of Andhra and the people of Telangana, they speak Telugu, but they differentiate themselves from each other in respect of culture, in respect of different aspects. So, but the point is that the boundary of region changes from time to time, and historians or the students of the history need to be very careful while talking about, you know, regional boundaries. So, let me talk about the argument of BP Shaw, for example. What he says basically, privileging of the region over other is the major concern in regional history. Suppose take the case when Telangana got separated from Andhra, for example, and if the history of Telangana would be written in such a way that they would glorify the contribution of Telangana or the people of Telangana in the freedom struggle or in any kind of national making process compared to Andhra, then it would be the distortion of history. So historian should be very careful while talking about regions like nationalism, sub-nationalism. So this is very interesting thing. So, so that's why regional history must be researched in proper context to the existing cultural patterns and with great care. Otherwise, we will misunderstood history. But take the case, this has become the trend. Almost across the India, we are searching the history of unsung heroes. Unsung heroes. And that's no doubt is a very good idea, that we need to find out the history of our own people, the contribution of our own people. But at the same time, while talking about our own people or unsung hero, we should not exaggerate the facts and the figures, or we should not, you know, manufacture any source to justify our argument. So this is very interesting thing. We have to be very careful. Thomas R. Metcalf has given very interesting observation, given an interesting statement. He says that local history or regional history should not be always studied or carried out within the confines of central archives. Because who are the creator of the archives? Who are the creator of archives? The creator of the archives of the colonial government, British colonial government. And they have documented the materials, you know, in a such way, they would justify their rule over India largely. So the point is that what Thomas R. Metcalf is arguing, that while looking at regional history or local history, we have to be very careful while dealing with archival records. Along with archival records, we have to find out the records from other sources. It may be archaeological sources, it may be folklore, it may be oral narratives, it may be private, you know, personal diary, right? Autobiographies. So this is the whole idea that we need to understand. Last 2 points I want to make it. regional history, local history, always, very critical about the theory of generalization. In the context of regional history or local history, the theory of generalization is not at all applied, because each setting, each regional setting, each local setting has its own unique features. So we have to be very careful making any argument so in regional history. But we need to make the argument in a way that the objectivity of history need to be reflected in our writings. Okay, thank you for giving these opportunities. So yeah. If you have any questions or any kind of clarification or any suggestion, you can share with me.
Thank you, Kumar Sahusri. Now it's open for a discussion. So the participants may ask some questions from different analyses. Please ask any doubts and clarification. Participants from different analyses. If you have any doubts about this lecture, so you can ask. Yeah, one question from NRC from Anandam. Good afternoon. So, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have a small query. Many. I want to know whether Rajasthan's history comes under regional or Indian one.
Sir, I could not hear you properly. Could you please repeat it once again?
So Rajasthan history, whether it comes under regional history or Indian history.
Rajasthan history, or you are talking about, sir?
Yeah. Rajputs, especially concerned to Rajputs.
Yeah. See, sir, the point is that we have always, maintain a relationship between, or we have to maintain a bridge between central narratives and periphery narratives. The point is that while talking about Rajasthan history, we should not put a model or should not posit a model that is very much evident in northern India in the context of Rajasthan. The point is that suppose take the case, Rajasthan has more than 20 or 30 states, Rajput states. While talking about those states, no doubt there are some basic features which are very much similar across the regions in the Rajasthan. But at the same time, culturally, socially, and economically, distinction we find in different or in various Rajput states. So the central model need not to be applied in the context of Rajasthan. No doubt, it is a part of regional history. And while talking about, take the case of Mughal history, we also emphasize on the history of Rajputs. It may be the relationship between the rulers of Mughals, Mughal Empire with Rajputs. But we should not forget the common trajectory that led to the evolvement of Rajput society in Rajasthan. Sir, did I make any sense to you?
Thank you, sir. So, my friend, Nabu. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
As state of Indian culture, Southeast Asia,
Yes, sir.
most of the scholars say that it is completely South Indian. South Indian replica is appearing in Southeast Asia. Mostly Angkor Wat and other constructions shows that it is a Dravidian culture.
Sir.
Some are warning that it is North Indian, particularly from Bengal. In Buddhist aspect, that angle may be correct. The structural and other cultural aspects to it appears mostly because Tamil rulers even invaded and Sailendra Empire. They occupied later Islam spread into the region. But still the culture is intact. But which, back to my says, whether it is the North Indian or South Indian, the culture appears in Southeast Asia.
Sir, you are right, sir. See, the argument of R.C. Majumdar, right? Creates a lots of scrutiny, or it is his argument is very much subject to contestation, because if you look at the history, or if you look at the cultural aspect of Southeast Asia even today, there is a very much close proximity between the culture of South India and the culture of Southeast Asia. Suppose take the case, if you go to, it may be Thailand, it may be Vietnam, it may be any parts of Southeast Asia. That means South Dravidian world had always, some sort of linkage with the Southeast Asia. It may be civilizing mission. I won't say it is a civilizing mission, but rather than it would be cultural exchange. So even I am very much skeptical about the way R.C. Majumdar has elaborated, or has given his understanding or the dominance of Bengali culture, or the not exactly Bengali culture, the cultural aspects of Bengal that became so much prominent in Southeast Asia. So you are right, sir. It is the Dravidian culture, that became so much visible in Southeast Asia, not North Indian culture. No doubt Buddhism is a part of that, but largely it is the South Indian culture that plays a very dominant role.
Thank you, sir. So any other questions from participant side? If there are no questions, so we should conclude this session.
Okay, Raj Mohammed.
Yeah, sir.
No, sir, you're my friend, no? Okay, Raj Mohammed is my close friend, and Chaitanya also. So, thank you very much. I think hopefully I have made any sense to you, because this is a new area, regional history and local history. All of us, so we should work on this. But at the same time, my humble submission is that we should not glorify our history, because it would be the distortion of history. So,
Okay.
so that is my submission. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and delivering our lecture on the regional history, because regional history is very important for us. So most of the history students are talking about that national level, but few students are talking about the regional history. Even in NEP 2020 policy, so this regional history is very important for us. So
Yes,
thank you,
yes.
sir. Now I request to from NRC Tanuku to conclude the session. Please, Sir Ashok sir, please respond from NRC Tanuku. You vote of thanks, sir, please.
Thank you, Raj. So it's an interesting session for them, one of us. So from your session, my takeouts my takeouts are that there is always a discussion of center and periphery, and during the early years, there is the combination of the center or the periphery, and after some time, they started to understand. They started to take into consideration the views from the periphery, and there is also understanding of the interaction between the center and periphery, right? So
Yes, sir.
with the emergence of postmodernism, so the understanding from the point of view of the peripheries started becoming in the sense making in order to make more meanings of the history, they started to understand history from the periphery point of view, right? So in the context of this, the regional history, studying the regional history is very much interesting area, and you unfolded very well the discussions at the larger level and at Indian context and in a chronological way and historical debates. And we are very much thankful to you for sparing some time and sparing your ideas with us regarding the local history. We are so thankful to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
And I would like to thank Dr. Rajiv Kumar Sahigaru for delivering this wonderful lecture. So I will get back to you, sir. So now the session has been completed and after 3:45 we have KRP sessions. So thank you. So now we have to take some 15 minutes break. So thank you, sir, Rajiv, sir, for
Thank you, Rajmas. Thank you.
for spending your valuable time.
Yeah. Thank you.
At 3:40.
NRC SCIM GDC government. Hello? Is it audible? Hello? NRC, please respond. Any of the NRC? Hello? NRC control? NRC report? Hello?
అడగండి ఎవరికైనా వాయిస్ ఆడియో ఓకే ఓకే